Welcome to another stream. Let me pop out the chat. Side do that thing. Do this. All right. Sorry, I'm just getting everything set up. I think that nope, that's the wrong one. Also the wrong one. Oh. I got internet back, yep. Also good morning, Jomi. Or good evening to you. Yeah. I only lost power for like 12 hours. They fixed it pretty fast. There's a traffic light nearby me that went down too. And I think that must have been, I must be attached to that thing. Because that went down and I went down as well. But they were able to get me working before the traffic light, strangely, so. Yeah, I don't know what happened with this. It's like such a strange problem. It's just some desync that's happening, I guess. Your stream is more important than traffic lights? Yeah, exactly. LMAO, you banned this you from chatting or what? Who? Yeah, this I knew about. This I tried to fix, but there's still something going wrong with it. I just need to go through my systems and see who uses input. Because what I did was I sent the input back. Because like this works now. Let's do this. If I go down on one, or yeah, you can even see like right here, it's still getting chopped up. But now you can see animations on other people's of other people's characters. So he's being animated on this one, but I'm moving him on this one. And to do that, I sent the input from the server. So like this guy's input is controlled by my keyboard on this tab. This gets sent to the server, and then it gets sent. The input gets sent to him. So so now you can see his input. So we can animate based off of his input now, and that's kind of the change. But now that the input's being passed around, I think that I have some system which is impacting those. I also maybe want to add a like a ping tracker. Oh, good, Jimmy. I'll see you in a little bit. Let's see here. Oh, yesterday I was doing some stuff with this. On the desktop client I have I have some unsafe stuff that I'm doing. I'm just gonna add a to-do. To fix this. I'm just gonna kill this whole change. Back to that. Set insecure, skip, verify to false. Yeah, I'm done swimming. The hurricane's gone. I'm all safe. No damage. Lost power for 12 hours. No big deal. I was sleeping most of it anyways, so. One of my servers got screwed up because I turned it off. I just hard powered it, cycled it, because my UPS was beeping on it, and now I think I have to reinstall it, that computer, which is a little bit of a pain. But you know, what can you do? You guys hear that? Sorry, I'm eating a granola bar. Back crawling again, yep. That's me. I woke up super early again, and then I fell back asleep. Now I'm super tired, because I slept too long. Oh yeah, let's get a local build one. We'll go back here to MMO, CMD, run, .sh. It's weird because all the issues that you guys see, that you saw on the daily life of a YouTube streamer, yeah, exactly. A lot of the, ooh, sorry. A lot of the issues that were happening on the website seem to be happening because of like a lot of latency or a lot of jitter or something like that. Because on my local, it like was running perfectly, but if I go and a little bit of Tmax, because I usually end up with multiple terminals anyways. Actually, I need to do this. Sudo make. Okay, now I have a lot of lag. Well, but that seems to just be like caused by the lag. Let me do let's do that. Let's just do a really high jitter. What I was thinking is I was thinking maybe that there's so much jitter and that's what's causing all of this like weird desynchronization stuff to happen. I'm not really sure though. It's just so strange because it was seemed to be working like just as well on mine until I added uh, like some camera changes. I added collision detection, and then I added that input loop back thing. But like on mine, even with a little bit of lag, it just runs fine. But when I do it on the website, it runs terribly. That's why I was thinking of having a ping tracker. It's kind of weird. We could also SSH in. Um, doesn't seem to be using anything. Hello, Dracula. How are you doing today? I was wondering if maybe a lot of like internet's being used on it. Or a lot of internet, a lot of like CPU cycles, like it was topping out. But I'm like a 42 ping from it. I'm good. I'm good, I'm tired, but I have a coffee, so. All right, let's do, here's what we'll do. Let's change the ping to be like 40 seconds. We'll do cat make. Oh, we'll do this one. There we go. We'll do lag local. We'll change the ping to be 40. Oh. So weird. I could also look at logs. I wonder if there's some weird log happening, some weird log event. Um, let's see here. All right. Let's open the last one, I guess. What's the server? The server seems to be fine. I always end up such a weird state in Vim. There are a lot of like weird like TLS problems, but that's someone logging in with like, I think it's just somebody like hitting my box. I don't think that's necessarily this. Yeah, I don't think there's anything weird happening on the server, so. Um, hmm. That's weird, his eye got messed up. I thought I fixed this on the most recent one. But you can see when I zoom out to a certain degree, one eye is smaller than the other eye. Because it's having trouble like picking which pixel to draw the eye on. I thought I fixed that though. Maybe I didn't. But the camera seems to be going pretty well. The camera's pretty smooth now. I'm happy about that. I'm happy about something at least. All right. I guess let's add a here's what we'll do first. Okay, the first thing we'll do is we're gonna go through and look at all the places that input is used. And after that, then we can maybe add a ping tracker. Because a 40 millisecond ping isn't long enough to really cause any of these problems, so I shouldn't be having these problems in the first place. All I can think of is there's some crazy jitter happening, or a lot of packet loss or something like that. Oh, Joey says, what is that article of pathfinding? It's Red Blob Games. Here, I'll just link you this, and then like it's the top two. There's a couple of articles about it. Cool. All right. All we gotta do is we'll do this. We'll do a little silver search for input. The problem is input's such a common like thing. But this is actually the change that we made right here, where now we read the input of each player. This is what gets sent from the server to all the clients. We pack up the entire world, we send it to every client. So every client receives the input of every other client. So what I also had to do was on the client side, when I receive physics.input, I don't include it, I just drop it. So I added this new logic where basically if you're receiving something for yourself, you're going to go through and filter out some of these components. I actually made a little design of something that I want to add to clean all of this up, which is very similar to how like most people do message routing. I probably won't get to it today. Maybe I will. I don't know. But how I was kind of thinking about it was I was going to do something like, well, first I want to make some kind of like a generic tagged union object. For messages, because you always have like a type, and then that's like some uint8, but this would scale with however many types of messages you have, but most people only have less than 256 message types, so a uint8 is a good starting point. And then you have some like byte array, or really it'd be like data. I really need to clean my desk up so I can use my tablet. So then you have a byte array, and this is probably going to be some fixed length. So it's actually just array. And you would basically like concoct some kind of like message structure where it's going to be like I literally want to make a tagged union out of this. So I want to go through every message type and based off of like different structs that might get passed in, I would determine what the type of that struct is going to be, and then I would make a fixed length for this entire message object. And then people can recreate, then you can easily create like binary messages with different message IDs. So I need to do that for message types and then also for component types, because those are the two like unionable things that need to get sent over the network. Then on the receiving side, all you have to do is if this is the type, then here's the data. Pull it out. But then I also want to add some kind of like handler thing where basically like you have different type. We'll do this. T1, T2, T3, T4. This is very similar like how HTTP routers work. This will be some lambda. We'll do this. We'll use a cursive L. They'll have their own lambda function, which handles that message type basically. So I'd like to build some kind of layout like that's like that. That way I'm not like, that way I can do more specific handling inside of it. I don't have all this clustered like stuff together. as you see here. Like this is the client response, you know, and I can make it a little bit more cleaner to handle. So that's what I was thinking of doing, but I don't know if I'll get to it today because I kind of want to fix these bugs before I go off and do stuff, before I go off and like change all of the networking architecture like in a massive way. But because then inside of this, you also start having like component types. Some of them are like sent to the server and could be sent back. So you have, maybe I have some concept of like ownership, like the client owns the input object because the player is the one who's like selecting which inputs they're pressing down, you know, and it's sent to the server and then it's kind of like cached on the server and sent to other people that way. So I want to start thinking about things more in those terms and build kind of abstractions based off of that, like way of thinking. Because I think that that's kind of all that I've ever had to do. Because all it is this big, it's this big synchronization problem, you know, which is kind of hard to solve, but we'll solve it. We'll solve it one day. But let's go ahead and look at all the inputs. Or we'll go. I think it'll always be physics.input. Or is it render.input? Sorry, someone was posting stuff. Can't have that. Is it render? What is it in? No, I think it's physics.input. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't search the first time. Okay, so we have a few different files. Flat buffers we don't have to look at. Binary tests we don't have to look at. This is just serialization. All of this is just serialization. These are just the different methods I had. And then you have MMO. So you have MMO, we have client. We have MMO, we have client, we have network. This is the client. Which client is this? The problem is I have multiple files named client. MMO client. Okay, let's look through all of these. I'm gonna change it to this. I'm gonna remove this because what I need to do, like there's kind of like a weird problem I'm having where like now that you have a player here, let's say we're the green person, and the server tells you like this is where the person used to be, right? The server says, oh, they're over here, and their inputs are up and right because that was the last tick that they received, so they moved this way, you know. So the server says they're there now and their inputs are up and right. I don't want to simulate them again with those same inputs unless I'm going to do some kind of like extrapolation on where they should be if I don't receive their inputs again. So I can kind of guesstimate that they're tracking in this direction unless I receive another input that says otherwise, right? But if I only want to do that if I stop receiving inputs, or if I stop receiving updates for this person. I could maybe add some extrapolation code, but I'm not going to add extrapolation code right now. I'm just going to like stop them until the server tells me, oh, they're over here now, you know? So I'm not going to add any extrapolation. So what that means is I don't want to use their inputs to simulate anything. So I have to kind of like filter them out. And I was doing that by using this keybinds object. Because I think only the player has keybinds. Let's actually do this. We'll just do a count. I think I actually did this the other day. I'm using the keybinds object because that should only be on the player, like only the only this entity should have keybinds because we can't actually like key and change things on these other people. That was kind of the logic there. I do want to use something more specific. Like I want to have like, this is the player character or whatever. Keybinds is probably isn't the right thing to use. It's not terrible though. We'll just do count plus plus. And we'll do a log print count. I just want to see that. That's kind of weird. Oh yeah. Oh, we can put this actually. We'll also print the ID. I should have an ID. Oh. We'll add 2 clients just to make sure that we have multiple things going. The weird part is all of the inputs are locked together. Yeah, but it seems like it's alternating, right? Like one is printing out, they're both printing a 1. So that looks good. So I think that this filtering is working properly. So that means they shouldn't be getting simulated, at least by this function. Okay, let's keep looking. Clients in update, we have physics input of the player ID. So we've already tracked the player ID, so we're not gonna worry, like this is gonna always be the right thing. What is this? Client receive. Oh, this is the filtering code I was mentioning before, where we basically filter out. I've already tested to make sure that this works. I'm pretty sure. I can check it again, I guess, but this is just the setup for physics.input, so that's good. Okay, this is the server. Yeah, this is server send update. So this is us adding the input to it, to the message that gets sent to all the clients. What is this? Input box. Serve proxy connection. Oh, this is receiving. Requires client to put their input in spot 0. I think I actually fixed this, so I'm not 100% sure, but now it looks like it's using the ID. This is a once you send the server your input, he pulls it out this way basically. The trusted login. So we create all the stuff on the server when the person logs in, basically. And that's all those. This is what's so confusing because I don't know. Oh, we do have a different client file here. Okay, clear the current inputs. So this only clears it for things with keybinds, which is good. Oh, wait a second. This is really, oh, and then we recapture. Wait, text in, oh, if we're in text input mode, all right. If we're not inputting text, then we capture the inputs, else we clear them. Oh, wait a second. Is that bad logic? Should I be clearing them before? Maybe this clears them actually. Yeah, this does clear them. Okay. So this clears them all every frame and then sets them based off of if you're pressing it or not. Otherwise, if you're in text input mode, we're gonna clear them too. So I guess you could probably bubble this logic up, this clearing logic up. What's up, 2FA? How's it going? Welcome again to the stream. I'm finally waking up. I was a little bit tired this morning. And this is just the text input stuff too. Otherwise, we're going to set the animation. This is what I was talking about when I mentioned the setting animation. I also have one bug in here where you need a default direction. Actually, I think I fixed that on the local. I haven't pushed it yet though. I was also thinking I might actually switch my deployments to use Docker. Right now I'm just using like some scripts and some binaries and running that. I think Docker might be a little bit easier to manage. Let's see here. All right, let's look at physics.input. Yeah, so that's all of those. That's app client. Let's go to client. Oh, did I already look at this actually? Yeah, I think I did actually. Yeah, this is the other file. Okay. AG physics.input. Okay. That's all the client files. These serialization ones we don't have to worry about because those ones are just for changing. Those ones don't like do any physics work or anything like that, basically. Okay. And this is our player's input buffer. And this is what we use to do the client side prediction. So I wonder if I'm wondering if something got messed up here. The problem is I changed too many things at once. And I didn't test, like I don't know why it's not happening locally though. Like why it's only happening on the website. That's what's strange. Like only in the hosted version is this a problem. I wonder if I just need to do like a redeploy or something like that. Okay, here's some oh, this is on the server though. So on the server, we move them based off of their input, which is fine. Move character, move character. This is the common logic of moving people. I did a little bit of like tile checking to see what tile you're on so you can simulate yourself differently. And this is all of my collision resolution code, which is pretty nasty, but it does what it's supposed to, I think. Hmm. Yeah, I was hoping I would find something that's like the smoking gun of oh, clearly this is wrong with like some misuse of physics input. So let's look at one thing. Let's just check one thing. When I do the in here, I think in here, yeah, I pull out the I basically like drop the physics component. I use this comp slice. I loop through it and I add every component back except for uh the physics input component. So I just want to make sure that it's getting dropped. Um, I think I can just do this. We'll do log.print c. We're just gonna print it out before, and then we're gonna print it out after. Because then we loop the comp slice here. Oh, wait a second. T.world data. Wait a second. So I get the comp slice. I never actually write it back though, do I? And show me, I have returned. Finally, we've been waiting. All right, guys, we can get back to work now. Actually, I think that this is probably the problem. Because how does this ever work? Comp. Speech handle. Oh, because this changes. Oh, that's why it broke the. Wait a second. That's why it broke the text rendering too. So what happened was it's hard to loop over a slice and also remove components. So what I opted to do was I opted to create a new slice, and then I basically was going to like copy all of the components over, which is usually pretty fine because components are just a pointer. Sorry, like interface. Well, because they're a component, they're like a pointer type, which because it's an interface. Interfaces are pointers basically, and I changed this one. But the problem is I changed this one locally. Like I create a copy of it, I change it locally, and then originally I was writing it back. I was using this code, which wrote the speech component back to the comp slice, so that it was being stored back into the map automatically. But now that I changed it to copying, everything gets copied to this new comp slice basically. And then what I was thinking was like, oh, I'll just set new comp slice back to comp slice. So that overwrites this local comp slice object. And then I thought, oh, I'm using comp slice down here, but I'm actually not. I'm pulling comp slice back out. So what we'll do is, the problem is I don't really have a good way to test this. Let's see if I can reproduce the problem locally somehow, and then we'll fix it. And the fix is going to just look like this. It's going to be t dot world data, player data dot id equals. I mean, like really, I shouldn't be setting it back. I should just be putting new comp slice here back into it. Because I shouldn't, like, comp slice doesn't get used anywhere else. I guess I just misread this code. I thought I didn't see this line. I think I saw, oh, I'm just doing that. But I really want to write just the player ID back, and then this loops through all of the comp slices for all of the different IDs. This will probably fix it, but I do want to reproduce it. I'm not really sure how to do that. Let's look at what is my lag settings to? Um, sudo make, or no, we'll do I'm just trying to think of something. We'll just do this, I guess. That's what we just had, I think. The problem is it's so stable. Let's make it the lag bigger. I wonder what Conifer's lag is. Okay, we'll just keep doubling it until we start seeing the problem. There we go. Okay, that's at least one reproducible problem. Let's make the lag even worse. We'll do 160. Problem is this adds a ton of lag. It's just stuck on. Never gets that state where it goes really fast though, you know? That might just be a browser thing. Oh, there we go. It kind of worked. Let's make it a little bit more. Remove. I'm not going to do 320 because that's just super massive. I'm just going to do 200. Almost did 2000 there. Man, it really seems like it's not happening now. Like I'm trying to get into that mode where it's like, it looks like it's replaying its inputs again. I don't know. Let's fix it and just see what this looks like. Yeah, we keep sending it, we keep receiving it, but it keeps getting wiped out. I guess that's our smoking gun, huh? We can just look for that. Okay, let's fix it then. Kill all those. Because you really should only get your input received back once. Well, that appeared to fix it. It also feels smoother because I didn't change the lag at all. But this is now what it feels like, which is actually pretty smooth. Oh, yeah, there's a big snap. But like with this amount of lag, it's like really hard to have a perfect simulation. Let me add the ghost player back in. Let's go to client app, debug sprite. I'm actually going to change this. How do I draw animation? Play animations. I think it'd be cool to just have like a very opaque version of this. But the problem is I like made this function which runs inside of this, or which has this inside of it, you know? So we'll just ignore that for now, I think. Use our debug sprite. This is the networking position buffer being drawn. Oops. Yeah, sometimes it loses sync. But this is like a really high ping. Like for example, because I do this like I'm doing 200 millisecond delay, but the problem is that there's 3 hops in this system where you have like the client, because I'm adding 200 millisecond delay on everything in the loop back. You have a proxy, then you have a server, and each of these is getting 200 milliseconds added to it. So you're 200 milliseconds there, you're 200 milliseconds there, and usually these are going to be in the same box. In like reality, these are in the same box, you know? So what it looks like from my testing is like I have a 400 millisecond delay to get to the server, but in reality, like 200 milliseconds is a pretty long time, and that's that would only be added here technically. I wonder if I can change this to only add on a port, but it's generally not too bad. I think that was probably the issue. There's a little bit of a speed up, but I think we'll run with this for a little while, see how it does. See how this guy does. Oh, we want to hide that stuff so we don't get yelled at by QA. We'll kill this. Nope. I want to do it there. There we go. I could just get this working. I'm not really sure how I want to get that working, I guess. That's the problem. I'm not going to push this change. All right. Okay. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go make some coffee. All right, coffee's brewing. That was one. I don't know if I've seen this one actually. Maybe I watched it earlier before I had coffee. What is it, this one or this one? This is the... Yeah, I wonder if this will be fixed by... We could actually, maybe that's the reproduction. Let's go test that really quickly. What do we do? We just have to do this, I think. We go to CMD. We do make client. and I think it's here. What did it used to be? It used to be that. Make client. Make another one that's just running serve. We're just gonna serve on this directory. Oh, I need to run the localhost 8081. Man, that's slow. Okay, he's going normally. We switch tabs. Is that what it said? If players minimize switch tabs or opens desktop app and position becomes unstable and the play prevents the player from move different directions and snaps back to the original position. Yeah, oh, that's interesting. So this is a separate problem, I think. But this is something to do with, now it's fixed. I think it's just got to run through. Oh, never mind. I wonder what the replay buffer size is for this. What I wonder is happening is that the server gets really out of sync with the client in terms of the number of ticks, which makes the replay buffer really big. And then it takes a while for it to get resolved. And it was probably even compounded when the input was overriding itself in that feedback loop we had. Hmm. I think we'll leave it. We'll test this. We'll test both of these on once we do the deployment. Okay. What was next? What did I say I was gonna do next? Oh yeah, ping tracker. I thought that would be cool. Just so that when Conifer makes videos, I can see what ping he's on. That'll make it easier to simulate. I don't know exactly how I want to output it though. I guess I could just have like a string that prints out every frame. It would be nice to have a graph though. Hmm. Let's start with a we'll start with just a string that gets printed. Client. I thought it was in here. Maybe it's in. Oh, actually, it's in here, isn't it? Sorry, I'm chewing. So basically how you measure it though is this. We are the client. We're on like tick 7 or 2 or something like that. Let's say we're on tick 200. And we're gonna send that to the server. The server is going to store the tick that we were on, the last input tick that we were on, and then they're going to send that back to us in the next world update. And then what you basically do is you just say like T1 is this T, was this time when I sent the update, and T2 is this time when I sent this update, or when I received the update that had the T1 tick number in it. Then you just do on the client, you do T2 minus T1, and that's your round trip time for the message. Because this was the update tick where the server factored in this input. So then you can use that to basically like delete items out of your replay buffer. Because you have like, this is my 200th input, or my 200 tick input, then you have 201, etc. And then you have a bunch of ones before that, let's say. Once you receive the update for 200, you don't need these anymore because you just received this input, or you received where you were after this input was applied. So then all you have to replay is the ones after that. But what I want to do, we already have this part working. So that means we have the take numbers tracked properly. We just need to do this math. We need to store the times, and we need to do this math. So what I might do is I might store the times inside of the replay buffer with the inputs. And then once you remove them, I guess you could just, like once you receive the input for 200, you can measure that and set the time of how long that took. The weird thing is though, if you have a bunch of messages that come, let's say you have like 198 and 199 that come really close together before the next frame render, what might end up happening is you might not even display these ones. You might just have a big pause period where nothing changes, and then the client reads in all of these, you know, and then he only draws this one. So that's where a graph would be nice. So you could see that these ones got bigger and bigger, and then it was basically came back to a normal time there. So this won't show jitter very well, I don't think, but I think this will be a good starting point. We'll see how it turns out, and then we will we can adapt from there. We can adapt. So I think we have to track it in the buffer though, don't we? I'm trying to think of a way where we don't have to put it in every single buffer. But I can't think of one. Unless we have like a time buffer. Which I could do that, but then I have to manage two buffers. And we have two operations on them. Basically we set the tick. This is every time we send an input to the server. Oh, wait. No. This is the one. We call this every time we send an input to the server. We pass our input here, it gets stored with it. So we just need to add a time measurement here. We add and then this is the receive side, where once we receive this is the server update player tick, which is the number that I said this was, that gets sent back to us. Once we receive this, what normally happens is we copy them out. But what we'll do now is we'll also loop through, or rather, how does this work? Oh, that's right. I have a I track player tick minus server update player tick. Minus server update player tick. Oh, gotcha. So this is the one we're currently on, which is this number. And then this is the one that the server just sent back to us. So that's where we can delete all of these ones. So now all we have to do is right before we delete these ones, we actually need to loop through them and and change just the last one, I guess. Technically, the one that they just sent us, we'll just measure that. We'll cut everything else off because it's not really important. It's not important to set the time to this, and then set the time to this, and then set the time to this, because these ones don't matter anyways, so we'll just snap to this one. All right, let's do that. Let's do that. So we'll have a I almost feel like I should call it that. Input T. We do have time already, cool. T is time dot time. Time dot time. This is one of the problems with Go is I can't call it time. I can't, and DT doesn't really make sense. TT maybe. I'm just gonna do time though, I guess. And now this is a list of input buffer items. So whenever we use input buffer, whenever we add stuff to it, we'll need to create a input buffer item. That's going to have the input of input and the time of time.now. And then this is somewhat challenging because originally I was thinking of it this way. Because this is used to actually replay the inputs on the simulation side. I don't really want to copy it. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just make these capital, make these public. And then when I get the input buffer, I can just do input buffer item. Then on the simulation side, I basically have a client. I think it's in here. Yeah, we have a replay input buffer, which gets the input buffer. And then when we loop through this, all we have to do is basically do dot input. I think this is probably going to do the right pointer. I can't imagine it's going to take the address of that and add on this. I guess that's technically the same thing though, isn't it? Cool. So that should work. Let's do a quickie test just to make sure nothing's gone crazy. Appears to all still work. You'd be very far behind. The lag is really bad right now, but that's because we said it so. So now all we have to do is in this one, for now we'll just print it out, but we basically just want to measure server update player tick. We've calculated what we have to cut off. So whenever we cut something off, yeah, it would be more efficient to use a queue, huh? Let's see, copy this to, I have to do it before I do the copy, because this basically slides everything over. But what I want to read is this one, I think. The length of the input buffer. No, that's the last element. Once I copy it, I want to read the first one. Because what I basically do is I slide this all the way to the start of the buffer, and I copy everything like that. So then I can just read 0. Input buffer of 0. We'll do a length check just because I don't know if it's I guess if you're really close together, you might cut all of them off. Like you're literally like in sync, which is very common when I'm on localhost. That might represent a problem then. Because now this isn't going to work unless I have a lag enabled. Unless I have some amount of lag, right? We'll do this for now. We're just going to print this. Format print dot I dot time. We can do time dot sense now. Yes, you can see we're at, what did I set the lag to? I think I set it to 200, right? Yeah, 200. So we expect around 800. Because of all those hops I mentioned. You have 200 here. You have 200 here. That's 400, and then double that, that's 800. That's what we expect to have. But then you can see like some jitter. Sometimes it jitters all the way up to a whole second. Because there is a lot of jitter added on this, I think. What do we do? I guess we only added 5 milliseconds of jitter, but when you factor in things like because it's TCP, there's like a few algorithms which might slow you down in the event that you lose packets, and we have a lot of corrupted packets, a lot of duplicate packets, a lot of packet reordering needs to happen. Most of the time it's actually pretty consistent though. Let's see here. No, there's no lag basically. You can see a lot of times it's just getting cut out too. Lag, good. There's 25 millisecond lag, which times 4 gives you about 100. Cool. It's also nice to see that the input buffer is kind of tracking that properly as well. It is crazy it goes all the way, or 100 is the normal actually, so okay. Let's change it back to this. I'm not going to go all the way to 100 though, because that's really massive. We'll do 100, so we should get about 400. Okay, so now we're about 400 millisecond round trip. Not so bad. We can probably also use the like on the client, you can also use the because what happens is you have like these multiple things, you know? Like you have a queue of where the server says you are. And you want to make this queue, you can dynamically resize this queue. Like this is where you were on like frame 1, this is where you were on tick 2, tick 3, tick 4. And if you have a really low ping, there's really no point to have a really deep queue of positions to interpolate between. So you can have a really small queue, like you could just queue to here if you have a really low ping, because you're always going to get the next update tick inside of that. But if you have a really big one and you have a lot of jitter, then or if you have a lot of jitter and you have a lot of times where it scales up past here, you don't want to, what'll happen is you'll interpolate all the way there in one frame, and then you'll snap to the next one. You'll stop, and then you'll interpolate to the next one, then you'll stop, then you'll interpolate to the next one. So you want to always be you always want the character to be in between 2 points of a queue. So you want to make this queue as deep as you need to, so that you interpolate, so you're cleanly interpolating the entire time. The one downside of making the queue too big, though, is that this is where the player actually is, and you know that too, but you're drawing them like over here just because you're in the middle of an interpolation, so it's not as accurate. It's not as accurate, but it keeps it smoother. So you have to find that balance of like keeping it smooth and also making it accurate enough to where the player can still do their stuff. But anyways, that's enough of that. Okay. So instead of doing this, what we're gonna do is well, I kind of want to what is cut? Yeah, I guess what we should do now is we'll just track this as a variable inside this player data object, and then we'll draw the player data, what's it called? We'll draw the round trip. I'm just gonna call RTT. P.RTT equals time.sense input buffer 0.time. That should be good. I'm gonna do this. I'm not gonna do RTT. I don't really like acronyms that much. I'd rather type it out every time. Because sometimes I do this with acronyms. I'll do RRT or RTT. Like, I don't like having big chunks of capital letters for whatever reason. I'm just weird. MMO, CMD, client. No. We want to go to app. This is where we are. Okay. So now when we draw some text already. So when we draw this text, we'll get the what do we call it? Player data? Yeah. We do have we are adding now a variable which needs to be technically it should be what's it called? Technically we're accessing it from multiple threads, so we should be doing some locking when we get this. So I'll add a function then, which does time.duration, return p.round trip time. So this will give us the round trip time, and we'll just throw it into maybe instead of connected, we're just gonna draw, just because I don't want to worry about getting the string just right. What do you do? It's like percent oh, or maybe I can just do percent $t. I think it's a lowercase t is for printing time, and it'll print it in like the most natural way. What Layer data dot round trip time. Like so. No format in here, huh? Surprising. Of course. The bane of my existence. Oh, that did not print out how I wanted it to. I guess maybe it's capital T? I thought capital T was type though. Oh, I did print. How did I do that? No, this should work. Percent %T? Let me do percent %V does the struct. That might just be the... There you go. The problem is I don't want this many significant figures, you know? Let's try O2F. But that's gonna... dot millisecond. So we'll convert it to millisecond, which should be a float, I think. Or no, that might be actually an integer. Second has no field or method. Seconds. Okay, milliseconds. Returns an int64. I know, I 100% know that that returns a float. So we'll do what we'll do is we'll times this by 1,000. And that'll convert it to milliseconds basically. But then we'll have a float and it should have only two significant figures. Nope, I did that wrong. I guess maybe it's 0.2. I can never remember the syntax. I can just look it up, I guess. There we go. The one downside is this prints super fast, you know? So like all you're gonna see is like, oh, we're in the 300 and like 80, 90, but you can see how it freezes. That's the exact situation I was talking about, where like there's a big chunk that all gets overwritten all at once. We could also try to make a graph. Like a latency graph. What do you guys think? Graph, no graph? That'd be that would represent a lot of graph is fun. It would be fun. It'd be a little bit of effort, but we could do it for sure. Because really it's all just a line. Well, what we'd have to do is we'd have to store like the last 100 or something like that, durations in the player data. Then we'd pull all of that stuff out and then we just draw a graph based off of it. All right, let's do the graph. Because I feel like that's just cooler. At least we know that the concept's working, so we're at a good starting point. And for real, the best part of Source Engine games is NetGraph 5. I haven't seen NetGraph 5. Is that that's Valve's graphing? Oh, NetGraph like I'm 5. Morning, JJ. Oh, dang, that does look really nice. So maybe we'll do like a bar chart. Oh, that's super detailed. I didn't even think about that. I was thinking of just doing like a line graph. Like I was just gonna draw lines on points. We could do bars though. And then it's just a bunch of rectangles. They're very thin rectangles though. What does this show? Oh, it also has FPS. Oh, it's just a stacked chart. Does it have also I like how they do font borders. That looks really nice. It's such a useful thing. It's such like a thing where you're like, oh, it's not that nice, but it's actually kind of hard. I guess what I could do for font borders, I could draw a big black letter behind it and then draw a small thin letter in front of it. I don't think ours is going to be this detailed, but how would we do this? So you obviously have a buffer. First things first, I feel like I should build a generic queue. Because otherwise, like copying a bunch, like I'm already doing it a little bit. That's not that bad, I guess. The problem is like whenever something happens on the client, I'm like, I can get away with it. But it'll definitely waste some performance on their computer. It's one of those things that's like easy to optimize if you have a thread, if you have a generic queue already written, but I just don't have one. I couldn't find a good one. The only generic queue I found was like a linked list. What are you working on today? We fixed a few bugs for networking that I caused last week or something like that, or this week actually. I wrote a few bugs. Today we squashed them, and there's that. And now we're adding a ping tracker. And now we added the ping tracker. Now we just want to add a buffer and we want to graph it. Alert 100 milliseconds. I'm currently writing a queue. All right, let's write a queue together. We'll write a queue because I can use it for this. Queues aren't that hard to write. Where do I put this? How is this going to work? Let's look at how this is used. Right now I'm able to slice this, the slice. I'm doing this weird copy thing, which is basically emulating a queue. This looks good. What looks good? Volume using Q, DQ, peak. Yeah, the problem is I want to be able to DQ multiple items. Because there's a certain length I'm trying to cut off the head of the queue. So you could either do a for loop and DQ multiple, or you could have like which isn't terrible to do a for loop in multiple DQs, but call it multi DQ. Sorry, what looks good is the simple generic queue implementation above. Oh, if you sent a link, I think YouTube blocks links. So if you, I don't know if you put one in. If you add like a space to it though, I can look at it. Mine is like this. I have a pointer to memory and offset it to the start queue and the size of the queue and the size of the allocated memory. I guess it's hard to make one with a variable length. So that's why people would use a linked list. Otherwise you have to grow and shrink your queue. Or like or be guaranteed that it's going to. Oh yeah, I've actually used this exact one. I might even have this. I might even have this one in my Go mod. The problem is this is a linked list queue. Where are you? Yeah, I'm actually already using this one, or I'm using it inside of um inside one of my other libraries. It's not so bad. I guess maybe a linked list queue would probably be fine here. It just represents kind of like unnecessary allocations every frame. But I think I use this exact queue for my pathfinding code. Actually, what do I use for? Oh, I use it for I'm actually curious. What do I use this for? Hmm. I know it's in this library though. MXAG. Oh, I use it for. It must be a pathfinding thing. Get neighbors at distance. Yeah, this is like a breadth first search. It's a good library. We'll just use this for now. Since I'm already using it. What is it? NQ, if not empty, DQ. What happens if you DQ too many though? I'm just gonna be lazy. Sorry guys. We're just gonna do our little copy queue. Maybe we'll do. I'm not gonna change this one, but I might write the other one with this generic one. We'll see. Your video on Golang physics performance was so well done. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Want to get your level one day? Oh, you'll get there. Don't worry. You'll get there. I'm glad you liked the video though. It took a long time to do all the code and benchmarking and stuff like that, but it was worth it in the end. I'm happy with how it turned out. There's a few things I wish I said in the video, but which I kind of like excluded, but you know, I barely see DFS in the wild. If you DQ too many, you risk pointers to null. Try catch or keep track of length. There's no try catches in Go. It doesn't look like they return errors. So I think that they probably just panic if you go over. You're supposed to check. I think you're supposed to check. What I remember is you have to check and then you have to pull or DQ. So you check to see if it's empty and then you DQ. Which is fine. I do, however, I like the more chunk of memory queue types though. And they're a little bit faster. Oh man, I forgot about my coffee. It's been sitting there brewing for a long time. I'll be right back. All right. You're forgetting about his coffee. How's that possible? New to the project, one thing I never fully understood in Go was multiple Go routine management. How do you go about that? I've written simple programs with channels, but nothing ever production level. You kind of use the same patterns that you would use in any kind of like multi-threaded app. There's different, you might call them like concurrency design patterns. Like you might have one thread that produces a lot of Go routines that do work individually. Yeah, like it kind of just depends. There's what's it called? CSP computing. This is like the underlying, what do you call it? This is like the underlying like research subject for how Go was designed, which is I think it's about having like a bunch of these chunks of code that do a lot of sequential work, and then you communicate with them, and then all of that work happens in a parallel way because you have a bunch of a bunch of big sequential processes operating, and those are talking over channels basically. I'm not super well read on it yet, but I know like some of the basics of it. So like there's some patterns that spring out of this. I don't know if they have any of them in here. This is obviously like the Wikipedia definition. So there's probably some better like explainer videos out there or blog articles or something. But this is what you would look for, I think, if you were interested in learning more about it. Ew, try catch. Let's say with with thousands of routines. Yeah, like it just depends on why you're scaling to 1,000. Like for example, I can like diagram for you really quickly. I want to discard this. Oh, I can just do a new page. Like for example, a very common HTTP server pattern is this. You have a, oops. You have like a listener, and then everybody that tries to connect to this, like you have a bunch of clients that are constantly connecting. You basically do this accept. You do this accept operation, which is a common like TCP and HTTP thing, and the connection gets forwarded. So like this connection happens, or like they're trying to create a connection. What they do is this is going to spawn off a Go routine, which handles this connection. So now you have this Go routine, which is just serving one connection. So if you had 1,000 connections, you'd have 1,000 Go routines, each handling one of the connections. This is a very confusing and terribly drawn diagram because the arrows are going all over the place, but like that's kind of how it works. So what you end up having is this like thread pool of Go routines. Like these are all different Go routines, and each of these has one connection with them. And then whenever somebody like cancels their connection, the Go routine just terminates. So it's a very state-based way of handling things. I never got to use channels in Go. Yeah, they're basically lock-free queues. That actually makes me think I should just be using channels for my queue. Because I don't know how they implement them, but I'm sure it's not a linked list. Maybe it is. Do you wait for data to become available using channels? I guess maybe channels wouldn't be good because there's some blocking semantics, which makes it kind of hard to use. Channel sounds like a mutex. You could probably it's like a synchronization thing. So like you could probably use it you'd probably use a channel as a mutex. I'm sure there's some way to do it. I can't think of it off the top of my head though. You wait for data to become available. Channel sounds like a mutex. I'm not experienced Go dev. They are not at all. I assume for game dev and Go, there's a bunch of various routines for handling different logic. Yeah, I mean, that's how I'm setting mine up at least. I'm going on a hunch here that since VLAN channels are lock free, I'm assuming the Golang ones are as well. Yeah, I don't know if the Go channels are. I know there's ways to design lock free queues. I don't really know what they are, but I assume you use like atomics. What's the channel do? You like V, Emily? Thanks for sharing. Oh yeah, of course. Happy to share. So I'm trying to catch up all the messages since I got my coffee. Haven't used it for a while, but I was a contributor back in the day. Oh, nice. That's awesome. That'd be cool to contribute to a language. I feel like language dev is always very cool. I tried it once, but I got errors, got weird, and the docs had nothing. Sounds about right. I like that. Someone else has mentioned V to me before. Isn't what you're showing the standard listen and serve in the Go library? Yeah, exactly. Like this is exactly how they recommend you do it. Yeah, that's how the context passes through correctly when. Yeah, that's how the context passes through correctly when passing user metadata as an example. Oh yeah, exactly. You can select to non-block, check channels. Yeah, you can. I think you have to have a select statement though. It would just be, I guess I could build it on top of, I'd probably write functions if I did use a channel for a lock safe or a thread or if I did want to make a queue and I used a channel, I'd write helper and getter function or like helper functions for it. So it wouldn't be as hard to use because I wouldn't want my external code to have to write like a select statement, you know? It's probably doable though. What's that software? This is xernal or journal. Xernal++. Basically a stream where data is sent to roughly. Or will I say that and then look at lock mutex? Oh, did you see? Is it have locks on it? The channels do? We could probably Google it. Do Go channels have locks? There's no locking, but that doesn't really. Are Go channels lock free? Is that what it's called? Lock free? It has a lock, but I think it's a runtime related rather than internal queue stuff. Oh, lockless. That's the word. You see a runtime lock that is called before the check to see if the channel is buffered. Buffered channels and all channels in general use locks. That's confusing. The reason your search did not find is you're looking for a lock with a capital L. The lock function used for channels is a non-exported C function in the red time. Gotcha. So it does use locks. Gotcha. But also Golang lock isn't a thread mutex, it's a go routine mutex surely. Yeah, I'm not sure. Probably. It's probably not like it's probably not across threads. It's probably across go routines. That would make sense. I'm not sure I'm not super, like I don't know that stuff super well, but most of the time I don't have to write multi-threaded code. I think eventually I will be, but for a few things I've done it. And I kind of understand like the big primitives. I don't really understand how a lot of it works under the hood though. But okay, buffered times. We got our coffee, finish my granola bar. So now instead of setting this round trip time, we'll have like a round trip time buffer, which will be like the last. Where do I create player data? Oh, I create it here. How is input buffer not created? That actually kind of surprises me. Input buffer item. We'll make one round trip times. I'm actually going to make this, I think I'm going to pre-size this because this is going to be the graph of, we'll just make it 100. Let's see here. Now whenever we do this round trip time, we actually want to do something different. We want to do this is probably where I would use a queue, huh? It'll be p dot round trip times. The problem is I want a queue that I can get the buffer out of. I don't think I can do that here. Like I don't think I can get, oh, there's an empty function. I don't really want to call every item in the queue starting with the least recently. Like I could write a function that pulls out and copies every element out. That feels like it defeats the point. Well, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna write like a really stupid queue locally at the bottom. Just UU, C plus P, and modify. What do you mean? What kind of things are you working on, Emily? Oh. I read that one thinking it was for me. Silly. Silly me. Alright, we'll just write a really quick queue up here. I'm not gonna make this generic. We'll have that. We'll have I really like having just push and pull, even though like in Q and DQ is probably better. We'll probably do this. Push front, pop back. Oh, that's true. That's very C++ of you. Whoops. There we go. Oh gosh, this is really bringing me back to can unit solve data structures and algorithms questions. What is it? How do you do this again? You have a head. No, you have a read. You have a write. I should not have done different colors because it's gonna be too hard to switch. Okay. Read. Let's actually design it this way. These are full, which means the read pointer would be here and the write pointer would be there. Actually, I think you probably do the read pointer on the one you're about to read and the write pointer on the one you're about to write. And then when you read, you become R2. And when you write, you loop around or whatever. And then when, I think there's 3 cases actually. If read and write are the same spot, it means the queue is empty. Because you're about to write there, but read knows it's in the same index as write, so you can't write. And then when you're full, you're right. This is the part that always gets me. It's like there's some configuration of like how you organize read and writes to where you can detect when you're empty and full without anything too complicated. Read. Looks like how I'm implementing the queue right now, yeah. Let's actually, here's what I'll do. Okay, your write's on this one. Your next read's here though. Then your write's here. I could just leave a 1 buffer. And then like, I basically do the comparison. Oh, if write is 1 less than read, then you have this whole, I know there's a way to do it. I guess if you make write the one before, so read's the one you're about to read, write's the one you're about to write, then you leave a hole here. You can detect empty and full. I know there's a way to do it though, where you don't waste this spot. What is it though? I think you do, if you do write is the one you just wrote. So then write would be here. And you'd be full. But that means that write would be here. Oh, so you do, so you push, you up you update right before you move. Yeah, I know there's like, I know you can do it with a hole pretty easily, but I don't remember exactly how you make it completely full. And I think that this is it. The problem is I don't really want a queue, do I? Because I don't really need to dequeue anything. I just want to overwrite it. So I really just need to have a read pointer. Yeah, I want a ring buffer. Yeah, that's right. I've actually like never really gone and seen. I've never read like the actual definition of a ring buffer. I've heard it so much though. Buffering data stream. Okay, exactly. Yeah, this is exactly what I want. But I don't want exactly a ring buffer. Because I want the entire thing to be full always. I implemented a ring buffer yesterday for rate limiting HTTP requests. Oh, nice. That is a ring buffer? Looking at this makes it look like it looks like he's reading out of it. Maybe there's just different types of ring buffers. Doesn't that look like that's not a ring buffer? I don't know, it is Wikipedia. Oh, this is a circular buffer. Oh, ring buffer. I think we know what we want. I don't know what it's called. There might just be different things. I'm trying to have a graph of the last like 100 ping times that you had, or the last different round trip times. So I guess Q is the wrong thing. I don't know if it's actually a ring buffer, but we're gonna stick with a ring buffer. Or man, I'm just fat fingering everything. So we'll have a buffer, we'll have an index, and we will have we'll just have add. There is no DQ, there is just buffer. And this is going to do, I'm actually going to do a copy here. And how I'm gonna do it is I'm basically gonna construct the first chunk, because it'll always be like, there's always gonna be like some index that I'm currently at. And that's the next, maybe like the next location we wrote to or the location we just wrote to. And I'm gonna construct my buffer by taking this chunk. That did not change colors. There we go. This chunk, and then I'm gonna append on this chunk. And I'm gonna return that. For Q, you can use a ring buffer. You need to add a pointer, the index. You can always shift all the entries and add the new one into the 0 index. Yeah, I don't think I actually need a Q. I think I want a ring buffer. My head not a stack because you don't care about semantics of the top of the stack. You just care about where to read or write the array. Yeah. So all I have to track is one index, which is where I'm writing next. And that's basically going to be, I guess I have to decide here. Do I want it to be the next element you write or the last element you just wrote? I'll make it the next element you write. We need to actually do func new ring buffer length int. So return a ring buffer. We're gonna do a pointer. We'll do the letter B because it's a buffer. What's the big O of a ring buffer? I think that depends on what you're doing. So we can do return ring buffer. We'll start at 0, and buffer is going to be this will be pretty easy to make generic later on. We'll just have a fixed length like that. Oh yeah, the wasted space or this, like I guess like memory complexity is just going to be the length of the buffer. So it'd be on. Forgot comma. Okay. Now we will do, every time we add, what did I say I was going to do? That's going to be the next location. So we'll add, then we'll increment the pointer. B.idx equals t. And then b.idx equals b.idx plus 1 modulo length of, I assume this length function is actually pretty fast. Is it? I assume the slice has some variable it just pulls out. It has length capacity, I'm pretty sure. So I don't think I really need to store that anywhere. Like, I don't think it'll be any faster. That'll loop us around perfectly. And then buffer. I'm actually going to return 2 buffers. Because I can avoid a copy if I return 2 buffers. But then I leak the underlying data type, or I leak the underlying like buffers instead of copying them. But I trust myself. Link just looks at the first struct field. Okay, cool. Yeah, so this will be pretty fast then. It'll be as fast as if I stored it. I'm just gonna do a copy. You could maybe, like if your ring buffer is gonna be really, really big, what you could do, I think, is you could return these 2 arrays separately and then piece them together later on, and that would avoid having a copy. So you return the red, because you have this pointer, which is like where you currently are in the ring buffer, the next location you're gonna write. Then you'd return the red array. You either return the red array and the blue array separately, and then those are the underlying arrays of your ring buffer, and you can process those like this by just like looping through both of those in order. Or you can take them, copy them together into a new array, and then iterate over that. Yeah, the problem is you have one underlying array, but I guess I could also write a function that maps over the array. The problem is, like, I want to turn this into a graph, and I want the graph to graph like this, where it goes the red section, then it goes the blue section. So I either have to piece it together into one slice and then operate on it, or I could write like maybe a helper function which pulls things out individually. You need to rotate it. What do you mean? You could return the right head. Yeah. So I could either have some like I could either leak the underlying buffers and then just iterate from that around the buffer. Yeah. So then I have to have like some function which is like I don't know, like get next or something like that. So I'm like it would be nice if Go had iterators, that's what you would do. You know what I mean? I could use an iterator, I guess. Yeah, which would be kind of sad. Yeah. If I had an iterator, that's what I would do. But like from my benchmarks, I've seen the iterators are really slow. I would just say copy it. Yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna copy it and return it. But I'll add it to do like what's up, Mad Flash? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, if it's a performance problem, I can just do an optimization. Exactly. I don't suspect this is going to be a big performance problem. The thing about like writing code that runs on each client computer is like it doesn't really have to scale as well as server code. Iterators is something I miss in Go as well. Yeah, there's actually this GitHub issue where they're discussing like how they want to build iterators into the language. Once they have that, I'll probably migrate away. What's a ping tracker? It's based. Do I have this webpage open still? What was that graph called that you sent Emily? I can't remember now. Valve source graph. Oh, wait, I just had it. Oh, net graph. Like, you know how you have these nice graphs where it shows you the ping over time? I want to have a graph that does that, basically. Not as nice as this, obviously. But just something that shows like this frame was this time and this frame was this time. Or like how long it takes the tick to round trip, basically. And how I'm computing that is basically this. Oh, yeah, you have the client, you have the server, and on the client, I track the tick number that you're on, and I send that to the server. And then when the server sends you the update, once they factor in this input tick that you sent them, they send you back the same tick ID. So you can basically compute that by saving the time of T1 here when you send your update or when you send your input update to the server. And then you also calculate the time that it currently is when the server sends you their world update. And then you just do T2 minus T1, and that's your round trip time. Are you using a library to draw graphics? I use OpenGL. Are you using some lib, STL, OpenGL? Yeah, OpenGL. OpenGL, and then for the website, it's WebGL, WebGL2. I don't think many browsers don't support WebGL, so sorry, there's WebGL 1, there's WebGL 2. WebGL 2 has a lot more features than WebGL 1, so it's really hard to support WebGL 1. I think most browsers support WebGL 2 now, so I'm just using WebGL 2. I might have some eventual error message that says like, if you're using WebGL 1, upgrade to something in the last 5 years or something, I don't know. It's really hard to support a lot of different devices. I'm learning. So I just need to do this. This is always going to be the length of, oh, I like how I did this, length of length, b.buffer. What about mobile? Internet Explorer is not supported anymore. Like everyone uses Edge. Mobile I don't support, sorry. Maybe one day. It's just too hard to get touch detection working in a browser. I'm not planning to build a mobile game, so. Then we'll just have 2 copies. I think it's, I can never remember this. I just can't remember which one's source and which one's destination. Copy destination from the source. Thank you. Yeah. I can just remember. I can never remember. It's to and then from, which seems weird. I feel like I prefer that direction. Like I feel like I prefer it organized that way. That's why I use Golang. Yeah, I've heard good things about Golang. This is going to be from, what did I say index was going to be? Index is going to be the next location. So that's where you would start it from. So that's going to be b.idx to the end. And I think it's exclusive when you slices. And then we do ret. VS Code is greater than Golang. Uh-oh. We just started a fight. Can't wait to see the argument. Emacs is cool if you get time learning all the bindings. Yeah, I just use VS Code. I did get all the time in the world to learn the bindings. I spent more time fixing my Emacs config than writing code. That sounds about right. Since I'm being boring and using React. Nothing boring about React. I feel like I'm gonna have to calculate this. So we'll calculate the first slice length, which is gonna be the length of the buffer. Man, I need to do, there we go. It's gonna be the length of the buffer minus the index. And then for the second slice, we'll copy from first slice length. I guarantee I'm gonna have an off by 1 error here. Modal editing is king. Oh no. Also, welcome back, Tantan. Glad to have you. I can't agree with you on your text editor preferences, but Go's kind of a little bit modal, right? Like you enter like these major modes, and then stuff happens. Or sorry, I think I said Go there, but I meant Emacs. Yeah, a lot of people using Helix today, or Helix these days. I genuinely tried to. I don't like the Vim like layout. Like I don't like the modal setup really. But I tried to set up Helix so I could use my Emacs key bindings with it, but I couldn't get it to work. So, but I think Helix is a really nice editor. I would love to use it. I just couldn't get all the key bindings that I'm used to working. Also, I'm just so used to like plugins. Like I don't know. It's just so nice to like I can use like Git right here, stuff like that. But Emacs is getting kind of bloated for me. There's a lot of things where like I'll hit some button combination, which gets me in a weird state. I don't like that. Cat is the best terminal command outside of grep. Is a good one. Bat is greater than cat. Is bat the Rust one? First slice length. What does this go to? Oh, this goes to b.index. No. This goes to the end. This one should go to first slice length. So we're basically copying the first buffer to there, and then the second buffer is going to be the start 0 to b.index. We'll return that. Does Emacs have IntelliSense? I think IntelliSense is an IntelliJ thing. I come when you start talking about Rust. Yeah. Talk about being considerate. We were waiting for you all day. Now we can finally get the discussion going. What's everyone's favorite Rust feature? I'm just kidding. Emacs can have IntelliSense. Oh. Eaglehot is a GNU package now even. Huh. I know you can have like, I have like LSP set up and stuff like that, so I can find definition and all of that stuff. I don't have autocomplete or anything like that. I'm filing for divorce, you called it. Hey, I'm never signing those papers. Don't send those my way. I'll never sign them. You're gonna have to litigate me. I can't remember all the functions libraries. Yeah, it does get a lot. My favorite Rust feature is never shipping anything because I spend too much time making things perfect. Iterators, yeah. All right, Jomi, you're banned. You're banned, Jomi. Get out of here. Never shipping is a feature of being a programmer. Yep. That's the best kind of feature. I've never shipped way more times than I've shipped. I can get behind that. I know. That's twice in a week. Never shipping equals more time employed equals more money. Exactly. That's job security. That's what we're really all after. Also, do you guys hear about all the layoffs that have been happening? It's kind of crazy. So you better write some nasty code if you want to stay employed. They'll be like, we can't fire them. Because they're the only one that knows how to do this. More investment, you're to talk, you laid yourself off, yeah. I fired myself. Alright, I think that this will work. Now we just have to use it and not write any unit tests with it. I'm gonna write a to-do up here. Make this guy generic. Got laid off in September. Laid off before it was cool. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sure you'll find something. Layoff where expected. Most IT tech does not allow. Do well in recession when interest rates are high. Yeah. It's also like as the economy gets worse and worse, like advertising revenue really isn't a good business model. I got a new job a week after. Nice. All good. Oh, perfect. Become an unemployed homeless dev like unit. Yep, that's me. But I have to write Python now and not Rust. Uh-oh. I don't know if that's worth it, to be honest. No, Python's fine. There's too many things to learn. Too many functions to know. I think I'm convinced that I don't like languages that are too hard just because I'm dumb. This will be our ring buffer. I'm still not sure if it actually is a ring buffer, but that's what we're gonna call it. And now round trip times dot add time dot sense. I'm glad you finally said it. Yeah. Go programmers can't hold more than 10 keywords in their head. Yeah. That's what Jacob told me. That was a funny I don't remember why I was looking through my chat logs for that stream. I think I was trying to like create stuff for the video, and then I saw that line. I was like, I have to put this in. Rust programmers are so mean. You know, they don't follow the Go language code of conduct very well. We have to be nice to everybody. I have a yeah, you guys can't see, but I have a sheet here. It's right underneath this camera. And it's got all the keywords. All the keywords that I need. All right. Let's run this so we can find where it fails, and that way we can fix it. Aha. So we'll do a new ring buffer. 100 is my number. Oh wait, I forgot to add a to-do back. Choose your fighter Java boilerplate or trying to remember Go keywords. Rust is incredibly fun, highly recommend. Yeah, I do think Rust is a really cool language. I'm kind of convinced. There's a lot of complicated stuff in it that I'm just not used to, I think, mostly because I feel like it's less like C and more like functional language. And also like the symbols are weird to me. So that part's in like the snake case, little things like that, but overall, I think Rust is a good language, and I'm kind of convinced that like using a borrow checker is going to be like the way of the future. I don't see why like other languages could implement something similar. And I do like the fact that you get like mutable variable tracking. GoPro can't remember more than 3 symbols. Yeah, I got parentheses, we got brackets, and curly braces. That's all I got. That's all I gotta know. None of this stuff. None of these asterisks. So this is now wrong. This is gonna return a buffer now. Round trip times. Round trip time times dot buffer. Oh, I already fixed all your bugs, buddy. I found the issue that you sent. It was basically, well, let me explain. He's finding bugs. I'm creating more bugs than I find, so I should add a bug tracker and put it to like -5. It's bad. Because I added, basically what happened was well, one bug I didn't fix. Sorry, but when unit programs is either to do or bug. One thing here. I did that alt tab thing where it messes up the thing, but do you see how like now I can move him and it animates on this screen? Remember how that was something we wanted to fix? Ignore all the shaky stuff. I fixed that too. But, well, except the alt tab problem. That one needs to be fixed. I haven't figured that out yet. But now it animates on the other screen. That's the good part. And to do that, what I did was the client sends the input, his input to the server simulates it, and the server, you know, he moves too fast. I know. We'll fix that though. We'll fix that. But, oh, here we go. What happens is I send the input to the server does processing, sends it back. But now the server, I changed the server so that he sends the input back to everybody. But then what happens is there's this now feedback loop of I'm this guy and I send my input and then the server sends it back to me. It overwrites my original input. And then I get this like weird behavior of like moving way too fast because I'm like double inputting. So that messes a lot of stuff up. So I fixed that up, or I fixed that part. There's just a little slice copy that I did that I didn't, I can show you exactly if you want. Actually, we can just do this. Like I basically set this, or we can go here. I set it back to comp slice, but I should set it back to the map. So I ended up writing a local variable that wasn't really used. So this basically fixed it. I had pulled the input data out. Like if you look at this code, I wrote some code that basically checks to see if it's a physics input and it's sending back to yourself. So read the player ID. If you're the player ID, read the physics input component and then don't write it otherwise. We just skip it, we drop it. But I forgot to write the slice back. Or I wrote the slice back. I tried to write it back, but it didn't work. And it only happens in high lag situations because in low lag, it's like, I don't know why it doesn't really happen in low lag as much, but that was the old problem. Dot buffer. What are you called? Buffers. Does your character run an infinite loop for their main animation then switch to running after key press? GG, tomorrow I'll smack with some more. Yeah, QA department's really doing some outstanding work. I also fixed it. Yeah. Also fixed it to where like if you run left, you end up animated left for idle, and you run right, you end up animated right for idle. It looks a little bit better. So we got some improvements. We have some unimprovements, and we have some improvements. Yeah. Oh, you did see that. Good. Much better. Yeah. It's looking, we're getting closer. I also fixed some of the rendering issues. What about text? The text problem was caused by exactly what I just described, which is kind of funny, but where is it? We'll just do this again. Like because I changed this, originally I was I might be able to find it. Yeah, this is the change I did. So like originally what I was doing was I was writing the, I was updating the comp slice here like this. So this would actually write back to the original comp slice, but then I changed it to start using this new comp slice. And then I forgot to write the new comp slice back. So everything that was based off the player's input got messed up. Yeah. So I was basically like I was not handling players, the text message coming back. Yeah, no. It was like, they're two separate issues caused by me copying the slice, basically. Like not writing the slice back broke both of those things. I'm surprised I didn't detect it though. I need to do more like regression testing when I before I do deployments. It's just hard. I don't have I haven't really spent very much time setting all that up, but I need to have some kind of like, I don't know, pipeline or something, some kind of continuous testing. I just need to write unit tests. Let's be real. To-do driven programming. That's me. I like it though. Buffer, not enough arguments to call to. Oh, I don't need this. Unit threw me off schedule streaming today. Yeah, yesterday I lost power because of the hurricane, but imagine having unit tests. Yeah, unit of testing. That'll be one day. Okay, let's add the ping tracker back now. It's supposed to be Tuesday, Thursday. Yeah. Testing Go ain't that bad, so no excuses. Yeah. The problem is, for me, is that a lot of my code's very experimental right now, and I haven't really figured out exactly how I want the abstractions to be. So once I like nailed down like, oh, I want it to be like this, then I'll write unit tests for it. And I'll like, because the more unit tests you write, the more you're gonna lock yourself into like a specific way of building something. Because now every time you sorry, we gotta hide that. Now every time, yeah, no, we've been getting more of them. Finally, some hot curls. Been ages. Yeah, we had some more. We had some earlier today. Like every time you add a unit test, you're basically locking in the behavior to be a certain way. So then once you change something, you have to change the unit test as well, basically. So it's just more overhead, but it's better for stability. So that's a trade-off there. But unit is now famous. The bot came here. Oh, I've had bots forever, but I feel like they've been more coming back. Yeah. Eventually, I'll get all the websites. It's hard. I'm surprised YouTube doesn't have, because I imagine that's got to be a common problem for streamers, is getting bot accounts coming and trying to advertise their website as their username. So you'd think that they would block you from having like a URL in your username, because they block links in chat. Like people can't send links, but you know, yeah, YouTube doesn't care. One day they'll care. Go back to Twitch. I thought about doing multi-streaming, like stream on both. I forgot what I was doing. Oh yeah, I was printing out the time. Would you guys prefer Twitch for streaming? The nice part about YouTube is that everybody on the nice part about YouTube is that everybody that subs to me on YouTube can just watch my stream. Also going on AL from Mondays, I'll bully you daily. What does AL mean? Unit sci-fi versus medieval RPG? What do you mean? You Americans don't use that word? Annual leave? No, we don't call it that. YouTube's good. YouTube hasn't been bad. Absence leave? I've heard it called leave of absence. Holiday, you damn colonial. Yeah, that's me. We'll do RTT0 since we're guaranteed it's got size. We'll just print that one, even though it's gonna be wrong. I just want to see it printing again. Player data, round trip times. I think it's times. This is one of those things in Emacs that I hate. Whenever I do LSP to find something, it doesn't find it. It opens another buffer. LOA, yeah. Around here, we just call it vacation. Ever heard of it? I know you guys call it holiday, even when you take a vacation. freaking Brits. Unit said he hates something in Emacs. Do you like RPG and sci-fi settings or fantasy? Oh, sorry. I read your message, but then I got distracted. I'm distractible. I like fantasy more. I think sci-fi is cool, but I feel like it's always ends up being more like industrial. I don't know. I like magic's a cool way to like explain random things that like, cause I feel like in sci-fi you have to be a little bit like more careful with how you build stuff and how you design stuff. But in magic systems, you can just be like, oh, like this works because of magic, you know? But I like books. When I read fantasy books, I like books that have like, not like, I don't know how to explain it, that have magic systems which are like kind of consistent with themselves, you know? Like I don't like it as much when the magic system's like, oh, like now we can just do this thing, you know? But when it's more like, oh, this works like this, and they have to solve problem, like it's like here's how the magic works, and then they have to solve problems inside of that like realm of how the magic works. I heard my best friend, he's making his RPG in Unreal. Nice. Just having trouble getting his team together. Yeah, I mean, that's the challenge of making games, I guess. Oh, dot seconds. This is now a buffer, so we'll get the 0th element out. We'll just print that. Of course, we need to import more of this guy. In fantasy, you can ham with more random stuff. Yeah, I think steampunk's kind of a cool thing too. So now you can see it got a little bit delayed. It seems like it's kind of working. All right, now we just need to we need to build some sort of like graph rendering system. I don't know exactly how I'm gonna do this though. I think we need a new page. X-axis is gonna be 100, which is just the length of the buffer. Y-axis will always be positive. I probably have to specify these ranges. Do you have like an X range? I hate using RNG because it's like random number generator. But here we mean range. We have a Y range. And the Y range could probably be scaled based off of the max element in the buffer. I think we'll do the boxes though. Please close GitHub issues or we slash your pay. Once I deploy it, I'll close it. I messed up my logins. I like cleared my cookies and now I'm not logged in GitHub. I'll have to fix that. I'll have to relog in. My favorite XOR shift RNG. Oh, is that a way of people do RNG? I haven't heard about that. That's kind of cool though. This will be like the max. And then I think I'll do like, what do they call these? Bar graph? Yeah. And these are just going to be quads. Yeah, look at this. Unit of diagrams, I know. Look at that precision. I'm a diagramista. Diagramanista. Like a fashionista, but for diagrams. For that. That's a big spike. This is when Conifer plays. Here's my ping. Oh no, there's city buildings. That's one sexy chart. Yes, it is. So we'll do something like this. I think these will be, we'll have to draw lines. Well, we can do it two ways. We can either draw a box, which is outlined, or we could draw a box that is filled, and the filled box would just be like this, a quad, like that. Or the outline is gonna be like a bunch of quads. Just draw a line for each one. I have line drawing stuff already done, and I have box drawing stuff already done. I'll probably just do this one, because it's less triangles. Because each of these lines is basically represents a square anyways, so. But these ones I'll probably do lines, because they're more like lines. I'm not gonna do arrows. Maybe I'll just have the X access line drawn. You need 2 servers, one for Kenta, another for everyone else. Yeah. Oh, my server had an outage. They emailed me about it. I was actually like working and I was like, oh, it's not connecting now. It must have crashed or something like that. But it actually didn't crash. It was just that my server hosting went down, which makes you a little bit worried because I've had this for less than like 20 days. And it's very like bargain bin server hosting. So I'm worried that this is going to be a... Bet he tried to blame me for it too. I was like, what did Conifer do this time? Yeah, pretty much. But it makes me worried just because like I've had it for like less than 10 days probably, and it's already crashed once. Like their server crashed. At least they contacted you, I know. But that's good that they did. Unit burns down server farm, I know. I wonder if I need to run some ping, constant ping thing that just measures to make sure my server's up all the time. Some like health check or whatever. Because like that's kind of worrisome. Because we're already at like pretty low availability if they've already gone down once in 10 days. We were have DDoS people. Yeah. I'm always worried. I'll be right back though. I gotta go to the bathroom and then we'll code up this graph renderer. And we'll probably put that in the rendering library. Maybe we'll make like kind of how we have like a UI package. I'll probably make like a graphing package, or maybe I'll put it in the UI package. Elevator music. I don't know if I have any, but I'll give you a train. How about this? There you go. Nice little train for you. I'll what a trade. I know. I'll try to get I'll get some elevator music next time. How about that? All right, I'll be right back. Some Jeopardy thinking music. Yeah, there is a lot of server hosting options. The one I think I might switch to long term is Contabo. They seem to have the best like dollar per performance, and they actually have like some amount of availability guarantees. Like they'll say they'll give you credits back if there's an availability lossage. And the reason I didn't pick them off the bat is just because it was like $5 a month more or something. Just because they have bigger servers. Like their cheapest one was a bigger server. Like price wise, it was better value than Host Hatch, but I couldn't get like a $5 server on there. There's also Volter. Volter's a lot less. Volter is better for what's it called? Like for really cheap servers, the really cheap servers are really slow. Hetzner, yeah. Hetzner's also an option. That's another good one. I don't. They don't do. Or I think their VPS servers, which is what I'm using, were a little bit slower. Their dedicated servers seem really cheap though. But I'm not going to pay like $50 a month to run this game for just me. So I was told I need to mess with AWS. If I don't, I'll get left behind. I don't know. I think it's good to learn how this stuff works. So you need to find something to self-host my GitHub. I'm currently spread across Hetzner and Scaleway, and it's such a waste of money, but I'm too lazy to move services right now. Yeah. I haven't heard of Scaleway before. Is that a good one? If you're interested, there's like a VPS comparison. Yeah. They basically run like benchmarks on different VPSs, and you can compare individual ones. Well, they have, if you go here, there's like Vest VPS servers. Host Hatch was highly rated. A lot of them are very specific. Volter was highly rated. Contabo is really highly rated. Scaleway was really good, now slightly more expensive. They have a ton of options. Not in here. They might have it in their gotcha, Scaleway. Contabo has really bad Xeons. Why do you say that? Oh, they're just in Europe. Contabo seemed to be good value. Like their performance benchmarks seem pretty high. But you're locked in for a month. Like you're locked in monthly things. At least we have better privacy laws. I used one for an MC server and it was completely waste because they have bad single-threaded performance. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, that's an important detail, especially for games, because a lot of games it's really hard to like single-threaded performance is very important because some things are just like they're just single-threaded problems, you know, and it's going to take a lot of time if you have a bunch of cores that are all really slow. I only host on a Threadripper. Dang, this guy. That's the way. That's the way to be. Be like Dracula. I'm just gonna put this. I actually did write a graph. I wrote this a long time ago. Don't be silly and host on an RPI. Yeah, I actually that was originally my what I was gonna do, and then I got an old computer from someone that was giving it away, and I used their old computer, and I got so tired of like trying to set up a Linux to run on my own server in my house, and I was like, this just sucks. So I was like, I'll just pay $5 a month. It would be such a cool YouTube video though, like my MMO is running on a Minecraft cluster. Wouldn't that be sick? That'd be like a Jeff Geerling thing. plus RPIs or Raspberry Pis are ARM based, so it's like now I have to do ARM builds. I have to test for ARM. So it's just another platform I have to manage, which is always a little bit more work. New video idea. You have money you can't host nowadays. There's like $2.50 a server. You can also do Google Compute gives you a free tier for like with their smallest instance, which is like a half of a vCPU per month for free. So you can use Google Cloud gives you a free one. Volter gives you a $2.50 host. Mine's $6 a month. It's fairly reasonable. There's small boards. Yeah, I actually looked a little bit into that. The main problem I was having was like it was just going to be a lot of effort to set up like what's it called? To set up the computer to run the host on. Like, cause you have to install some Linux. You have to maintain that Linux now. So stuff like that becomes more and more painful. And then if you host it at home, you have to have some proxy server that you go through. Yeah, I don't want to set up. I don't want my host to be my IP, you know. So I have to tunnel it through something. Shame no one knows ARM64 VPS anymore. Did they used to do that? I had no idea. That's cool if they did though. We have geometry draw, we have a mesh, that's what's gonna be drawn. We have the rectangle we're drawing it into. Scaleway did and they stopped for some reason. I don't remember why. Can't blame shortages on others. Hmm. I wonder how slow this is because we're rebuilding the mesh every single frame. Does this even work? It must. Let's just see if this works. Because I kind of toyed around with this before, and I really love the example, which did do drawing stuff. I think it was an FPS counter. I was just like kind of prototyping. If it's slow, then optimized, but otherwise, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. Plus, how slow could it really be? This is not gonna be a bar chart. It's gonna be a line chart. But we'll probably add a bar chart option if this works. Let's see here. After our, we'll put it down pretty low. Maybe right below the camera. We'll call it ping graph. Or no, we'll call it like debug graph. Because I think I'll eventually throw other stuff into this too. Graph.new graph. We have to add a rectangular region. Would this ever change? Where do I use this? This is for when I set up the line. I think that this is bad. Because, well, actually, is this show a, it's not gonna work if I rescale, I think. How do I use rect? Let's see. Width. Yeah, we use the position too. So if someone scales it in and I put it in the bottom left-hand corner at the start, that's not good. We'll just pass rect every time. Draw a color mask, that's fine. Line. So we need to pass a rectangle here now. Cool. So this should rebuild our mesh and then we'll draw it. Mesh.append. Where do I clear the mesh? Oh, I clear it. Oh, so this lets you draw meshes in parts. So I have to clear the graph. Okay, that's fine. So then here. Thanks for stopping in, Kenta. Kenta Conifer. Have a good one. Enjoy your QA work. I mean your work. I mean your QA. It was good to have you. Debug graph dot clear. Debug graph dot line. Ah, I hate that. It's like if my code doesn't compile, I can't do the LSP. So there's gonna be a bunch of time durations, but we actually need to convert this into, I'm trying to think here. How I set it up though is that I would pass in like vector 2s, and that's what you're going to draw. And those are going to get scaled in based off of your rectangle. Oh, and it looks like I find the range, the X and Y range this way. So we'll have to build this. Yeah, this will be fine, I think. I'm not going to draw this, which means I have to get rid of this. We'll make an RTT points. We can draw this now. Dot draw color mask. We'll draw it to the render pass. Oh shoot. I'm going to do an ident matrix. That would be for scaling it, which I guess means that you could use a rect, but I'm going to use just the rect like a UI element would. Lich.rgba. We'll do blue. RGBA. Okay. This should build it. We just need to build this RTT points data list. And that should be pretty easy to build. We just do RTT points. I'm not a huge fan of doing it this way, but it sure is easy, or it sure is flexible, I mean. The problem is I have to rebuild it every single time, but I'm gonna have to rebuild it anyways. Because we're returning a time.duration, you know, so we have to turn it into something. For I in range RTT. So the X is going to be I. And the Y is going to be, this has to be a float. What am I doing? That times RTT I dot seconds. And that should be pretty good, I think. All right, give her a run. Oh yeah, undefined graph. Well, I don't see anything. Whatever's being drawn behind. I should probably set layer. Because these are being drawn to a specific UI. Oh wait, these are after. We'll set the layer to 0, which is the top layer. Then after that draw, I'm gonna do I must have called it default layer. What are these printouts? Oh, there is none. Uh-oh. Oh, that's just because of lag. Huh. Min max pinned. We cleared every frame. Oh wait, pass is being drawn already. I draw pass up there. Let's add this. Oops. What do I do? Debug sprite. We'll do this here. Because I was drawing it to the render pass after I draw the render pass to the window, which was the problem. Because the UI stuff was just happening afterwards, and it's not really a part of the UI. Maybe I should add it to the UI, but it just wasn't. Because the UI pass was just done afterwards. Debug draw. Connected rectangle. RTT was declared but not used. Oh. We'll make a rectangle out of this. I kind of want to fix this like right above the connected rect though. I wonder if I should put this inside the UI. But that would mean I have to do group. I have to do group dot like graph or something like that, which would then build the graph and then render it that way. Which wouldn't be that hard, probably. I'm just trying to think. Let's do that. We'll just put it in the in this UI. Just undo, 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 undo. All right. I don't like that I have to clear this every frame though. Let's look at the UI. Text input tooltips, debug rect, group, graph. This is going to be glitch.vec2. And then all this is going to have to do is all of this logic. We actually don't have to clear because we're going to make the graph every single time, which is very close equivalent to what we were doing before. I don't think we have to do set layer anymore. RTT point still has to be done here. Let's do a debug graph. Get rid of that. Now this is going to be group.graph line graph with RTT rect and RTT points. And that'll just draw. RTT rect though is going to be we're just going to move it up by The connected rect is the rect that the connected text is drawn inside of, so we'll just draw it above that. Dot height. I guess it's, I can't remember which way my axes go. Graph, new graph. The line graph, we do line dot line rect series. This looks good, rect. That'll be pass line. That replaces all that. And then we have the debug stuff. Yeah, so we need to include this. Rect draw color mask. We have some R's that we're using. Rect. Oh, import not used. Oh yeah, that's in here. Too many arguments for moved. Oh, it must be glitch.vec too. Dang. Oh, it's up there. That's kind of weird. Wait, what's the color wrong? Oh, the color's wrong because I'm doing the wrong color. You like that explanation? R, G, B. Okay. So we'll do blue for that. Jomi liked the explanation. Appreciate that, Jomi. The color's wrong because the color's wrong. Why is this wrong? Either let's do this. I don't know if the moved part is what's breaking it. We'll just make it the same as the connected rect. Greatest explanation ever. Look at that. Wow. Interesting. I think I must not be using the rect properly in the UI. Line rect. Nice bitrate drop. Oh, in the stream? Whoa. Does it get really blurry? It's so hard to have like semi-random behavior in a video and put that on YouTube. They always compress the heck out of it. Cause like I think it's very rare that like a line is coming across the screen like that. It's blocked up when it's all over the screen. Yeah. I'm not sure why. Let me go here actually. Let's go to text. No. Yeah. Direct draw. The thing is, I don't want to scale the actual draw. I want to scale the building, the construction of the mesh. So I should be passing rect in here, and I should not be using anything here. It's just weird that the rect's being shifted up so high. We'll enable debug. Yeah, so the rectangle I'm passing in is actually this one, so that's not good. Connected rect. That's so strange though. Line graph, rect, pass, nothing. That's so strange. Why would this, which should be the exact same rectangle, be different? Huh. There must be something wrong in here, which must be pushing the bounds out, and the UI must be detecting that. It's just weird that debug rect should be based off of the passed in rect. So the fact that that's so big is kind of concerning. Like these two rectangles should be the exact same rectangle. So they should be completely overlaid. When this gets drawn, fixed text, it might be scaling it though. Oh, that's what it is. So it's drawing the text at the normal size. Rect.anchor, scaled to fit. Let's go to UI and we'll look at something like an image or a panel. Rect draw color mask. Everything's using rect draw, isn't it? But this rect is, how do I build the connected rect? Where am I? Where am I? Yeah. A lot of humming and hawing in this stream. A lot of I had a dentist who would do that. Every time he cleaned my teeth, he'd be like, It was it was the weirdest thing ever. Because it's kind of funny, but it's also like you're like laughing at it kind of. Because he's trying to do it to be funny, so you're kind of like humoring him a little bit. But like he's also like got a bunch of sharp stuff in your mouth. That's such a weird rectangle to build, Jacob. Why would you do that? I pat it? Why don't I slice this? I don't understand this. Why did I do this? I must be scaling the heck out of this thing. What is going on? Text scale 0.5. Fixed text into connected rect. Where does group get drawn? Oh, wait a second. I'm so confused. So I pad in, but I don't slice this at all. What happens if I slice this? Fixed text, connected, connected rect. Huh. We'll do it up here actually, and then we'll pad. Yeah. Cut, I swear there must have been some reason I did it this way. Set view 2D. So we set the orthographic projection to be the boundary of the window. Then we set the view to go from 0 to 1. Or sorry, this is position, this is scale. So it's basically like we're just in pixels coordinates. And then we pad in the rectangle. Somehow when we draw this though, it goes to the bottom right hand corner, and that's the part I don't understand. Oh, I get it now. Because we're doing a fixed text, which is going to make the font the same size, regardless of the size of the rectangle. That's why. So I actually need to do like a, we'll make another rectangle, RTT rect. I got it now. I basically made a mount point in the bottom right hand corner. I put the text there. And then when I was drawing the graph, it's drawing across the entire screen because the rectangle of the screen is that size. So we'll do, what we can do is we can do connected rect dot anchor, and then we get to pick the size. And then we'll anchor it to the bottom right, which is 1, 0. I know that's the 1, 0 because up here it says 1, 0. Okay, and then we'll make this, we could put it in the top right hand corner, I guess, which would be 1, 1. That way we don't have to overlap the connected rect. Or we could also pad the bottom so it goes above it. But so then we have top right hand corner. We just need to pick the size now. 0, 0 to, I don't know, like 100 pixels wide, 50 pixels high. There you go. The problem is I don't think it should pick the bounds. I think I should pass in the bounds. See those big spikes? You can tell when there's a lag spike. That's kind of cool. It kind of correlates a little bit. Oh. Nice graph, thank you. We should probably make it a little bit bigger. We'll do 200 and 100. That's 10. So because it's TCP, you have these weird slopes because every message is going to get there. It's just a matter of how many like get squashed together. Like some reordering could be happening, which causes big lag spikes. But then you read them all really fast. I'm trying to think what the difference would be of like, because sometimes it slopes this way and sometimes it slopes this way. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. I need like a debug setting to turn on all the debug stuff. We can turn off the red Rex though. Okay, we need to have, it's hard to make stuff not stateful, but then also like have stateful stuff in it. Cause I like having like immediate mode things where I just want to draw a graph like that. But I also need to like almost predetermine what the dimensions of it are going to be. But if you do have some crazy ping spike, you're going to go off the top, you know? But then, because I don't have any persistence in this graph object. Because I literally just pass in the time series. And then it generates the graph based off of that. I don't really have a solution to this. Like it's easier to program in immediate mode, immediate mode UIs. It's easier for the user to program because they can just do stuff like this. Like draw this thing, it looks like this. Rather than having like define some object and like associate the array with that object now. But the association is pretty nice. And that's something I still haven't figured out with my UI of how to tie this with some sort of stateful thing, but not make the interface stateful at all. Other than like passing a name in that says like, oh, this is like my blah 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 graph. Because position can change, the series can change, so everything in here could change. So you can't really like associate it very easily. Hmm. I guess next would be axes though. Which probably wouldn't be that hard to build. I'm just gonna do well, the y-axes are important too though. What I could do, I could just force you to pass in the dimensions of your graph. So the stateful part needs to be held externally. But we basically have to draw an X line and a Y line. And that shouldn't be too hard. It's gonna be hard though, because they're gonna be the same color. So everything's drawn with the same color here. Unless I make the lines. Maybe I do line like this. That'll draw it like that. Stream stopped for no reason. Took me way too long. Let me look. Oops. It says mine's healthy. In fact, it says I have an excellent connection, Jomi. And it says the problem's probably on Jomi's side. Also, welcome Emily to the Discord. Appreciate it. Appreciate you joining. Make yourself at home. Yeah. It's probably on your end. At least YouTube's telling me it says it looks good. Min domain, max range. I think I either do like I have like a line function, and this one will automatically detect it. Else I do a another type. But what I'll probably do is I'll probably do like axes. Is it axes, plural? Axis, axes. Last thing I remember you said was about the dentist. Oh man, you missed a lot. We're already adding combat now. Axes with an E. I'm trusting you. We'll just add a rectangle. And the X will be the X range will be the combat. One day. It's on my list actually. I'm gonna give you a wooden sword, and I'm gonna give everybody an iron sword. But I know so many devs that just ignore that and just put axis. Yeah, it's an easy thing to ignore. We'll do axes though. So this will draw like axes on the graph basically. And then I think depending on, should it draw them? Like depending on when you call this, the axes might be right or wrong though. That's the one weird thing. Like if you draw it before, you might have not calculated the axes yet. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna auto magically calculate the axes. Glitch.rect. Oh my eye. I'll become the PvP master with just my wooden sword. I can't wait to see that. Chomi's taking everybody's items. So ruthless. We're just out here to have fun. Chomi's murdering everybody. Oh yeah. I'm gonna store the axe. Oh wait a second. I'm thinking of it two different ways. In one world, I specify the axes before, and in the other world, I auto-generate the axes based off of this, and I just draw whatever was computed. So let's go with the pre-computed way. So we'll store this. G.axes equals glitch.rect, min domain, min range, max domain, max range. Oh wait, max range. Wait a second. Yeah, max domain, max range, that's right. Because it's minimum, it's the min point basically of the rect, and then it's the max point of the rect. Almost noon. Today's a long stream, huh? I got on kind of late though. And also had a granola bar, so I stayed a little bit fuller today. So now we just have to draw lines. We have this mesh that we're going to append onto based off of the axes. Line strip of points. And we just want to draw like these ones. So we just need to draw this line and this line. So we'll do points. It's just two lines. We could draw a full box, but I feel like that's kind of silly. We could also do font and stuff, but actually, I'm not gonna like do that. I'm just gonna do this. What does 1 mean? Oh, 1 means the width, I think. We'll do 2 for the axes. No. Yes. Yes. Okay. So we'll have this. We'll have a bunch of vec3 points in it. Let's see here. That's going to be the g dot axes dot min 0. I'm just going to go from the bottom left hand corner everywhere. No, wait, we have a line. It's a line strip, so we have to do like a direct line. So it'll have to be like this. So I'll have to go min to max, and then the y-axis on that. And then because we're a vec3, we'll do... I genuinely don't know why I made this a vec3, but whatever. I guess because line strip's a vec3, that's probably why. So we're in the top left-hand corner. We want to go to the min now. And then we want to go to the right side max, like that. Wait a second. Casting. This is like high on my cleanup list, is getting all these casting fixes set up. I didn't do a very good job isolating the float64 part of the program to the float32 part. I'm not calling the function now. Line.axes. This is going to use the pre-computed one. What I should probably be doing is generating the geometry with a color specified. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, it's over here. Rect. I need to do this. Oh, that's unfortunate though. I think that's why I specified the graph rect above, because what I was originally thinking was that I was going to have a rect which basically gets used everywhere else. So we'll go back to that method. Oh. My webcam blocks the top of my screen, so like I can barely see the cursor sometimes. All right. Bounds. Rect. Bounds. Glitch.rect. So we'll use that now. We'll stop passing the rect in here. So we'll basically specify where the rect should be, and then we're just going to draw to that location. And then we can do this now. Oops. Plus. No, I'm actually going to do No. I don't know why I went up and copied that, but I did. We'll do this, and that should shift it right. I'm gonna find rect. Oh, bounds. G.O, it's called bounds now. Okay. That's weird. They were there, then they disappeared. Because I should be calculating different axes, and then I should be... So they're also wrong. They looked like they were calculated wrong. All we do is shift it, right? Point minus min domain. Axes min. I wonder if do I need to do this? Wait, I can't have that. Like I don't have access to that. But that should be the axes. What would I do minus that again though? So strange. Why do I do this? G dot bounds plus oh, wait a second. I was thinking about this wrong, I think. I actually don't need the axes at all. The axes are more for like knowing which number is at which line. All I really need is the rectangle of the bounds. Because it's always going to get scaled into the rect that I'm drawing. So really this will be top left, which is 0, 1. We go to 0, 0. And then we go to 1, 0. That should do it. I didn't get that one, the bottom one. I wonder if min. Oh. That's min. No, these should all be 1. These should all be 0. This should be the top, that's max. And then that should be min min, and this should be the opposite, max x. There we go. Okay, now we have some actual border. The problem is you don't know what someone's ping is going to be, so it's hard to specify what the axis should be beforehand. Like someone with a maybe I should just print the numbers. Like just have some text for what it is. The x-axis doesn't really matter, just the min and max does. The problem is this number is just gonna be flashing though, you know? Well, it'll be pretty stable. It'll be stable for the length of like the peak coming through. But it's like what I'd prefer to have is once you hit a peak, just stay there. So I could track the max out externally, I guess. Like go to here. When I do line graph, I would pick like the axes. And then just track the min and max that we've ever hit, you know? That's probably pretty reasonable. Then the problem though is if you get some crazy big jump, now your graph becomes useless. This is more of like a graphing problem. I'm not really sure what the best I'm not really sure what the best way to do this is, but I'm gonna go to the bathroom and think about it, and then I'll be right back. All right, I've emerged from my thinking palace. I'm just kidding. What's up, Dory? How's it going? Good to see you, friend. I should got water. Because I'm all out. Oh, it is Friday. That's right. I forget nowadays. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stay with the auto calculated axes because I think that those are good enough. But I just want to print out the min and max point on the y-axis. I'm conflicted on how to do it. I'm conflicted on how to do it. What I should be doing is I shouldn't be using this geometry draw object. I should be passing this into every one of these. Because then I can change the colors and stuff like that whenever I want. Fixing some weird stuff on my status bar. Nice. What's your status bar for? I think when I do axes, I'm just going to add text. The problem is I don't want to be making a text component every single time because text is kind of expensive. Already Saturday here, by the way. Nice. Sounds pretty good. Lucky you. How expensive is text to make? I guess it's just, I have to have the atlas, obviously. What I can also do is I can render the text externally. What do I do here? Fixed text. Yeah, I create a new text object, but I have the text item added. Oh, status bar equals taskbar. Gotcha. God, I love Europe. Sure do. We don't have to, but We still do. Okay, let's look at the client. We have the atlas. Oh, this is a part of it. So what we can do is when we create the graph. Well, I guess I have two options. I can either pass the atlas into this graph object so that the atlas can pick it, or I can say like graph dot get ymax, get ymin, or something like get axes or something like that. And then with that data, I can draw text. I can draw like the text elements right next to it. Let's do that way because that seems more flexible in terms of how you configure it, you know? I hate to do, I was thinking of returning the axes here. I'm gonna call this, I'm gonna make another function that's like get axes. Glitch.rect. Return g.axes. We should already have the bounds. We don't have the axes. We do that part, and then we're gonna draw the axes. Draw text around axes. We'll do get line dot get axes. So that'll give us the axes for it. And then these are the numbers we're going to print on the rectangle. So we have the rectangle we're drawing to. We just need to draw some fixed text to it. And we'll mount it. Wait, what is rect? Oh, that's the rectangle. That'll be the graph rectangle. And we'll pick an anchor point on that rectangle. They'll pick a font scale. We'll just do this. There's too many ways to configure how you do a graph draw, though. I'm just gonna do, for testing purpose, I'm just gonna do this. So this will be rect. The anchor for this one, like this number 100 will eventually come from the axes data, but I'm just gonna test this really quick. Anchor is going to be glitch.vec2. We want the top left one, so that's gonna be 0, 1. In scale, we'll do like, I don't know, 0.25. This one is going to be 0, 0, because this is the bottom left of the rectangle. Because 0, 0 is the bottom left. That's not terrible that they're on the inside. I was kind of in my head imagining them on the outside though. But that implies more like complicated mounting. I wrote a Q and C, made Rust bindings, and now I can't remember what I needed a Q for. Uh-oh. That's the worst feeling. Just write it in Rust. Also, fixing your status bar sounds like certified DWM moment. I don't know that acronym, DWM. Damn window manager. That's my yes. What's up, Antonia? Welcome to the stream. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. So now we want to do axes. Min 0. Or actually, we need to do like a format. Actually, this is really max 1, min 1, because this is the y axis that we're drawing. Uh, do some formatting. Percent dot to F. Nope, that's that. Yep, perfect. Need the old formatter. Yep, those are backwards. Oh no, they're yeah, they are. I don't know, felt like writing in C, mostly because pointers are easier in C. Pointers are safer in Rust. Monkey see no evil. Jomi has been dabbling in black magic again. Don't you do it, Jomi. We've talked about this. Yeah, this is max. This is min. I'll put this one above that. There we go. I really want to put these on the outside, but I don't remember. I should do MS. I could do, instead of fixed text, I could do the other text, which is auto-scaling text, and then build a rectangle around it. That's probably the proper way, huh? I feel like the rect's gonna be in the same spot though. How does my anchor function work? I need to remember this. Takes R2 and places it in R1. I need like an outer anchor function, because right now how it happens is I have a rectangle, and then I anchor another rectangle in that, but it's always anchored inside of that, you know? So we basically take the blue corner here and we match it up with the red corner here. Same thing there. And this scales kind of like linearly inward. But I kind of want something that looks like this, because I have my box. And I have the outer point, and then I have this inner point, and I want it to go like this. The problem is it's in the... So I could have two anchors. I could have the blue anchor and the red anchor. That's probably what I should be doing. It's just a lot of, it's a lot to think about, you know? So as a simplification, I was kind of doing it this way, because most of the time I'm anchoring something inside of another rectangle. I'm trying to think if there's any way I can do this operation, but this way. Other than shifting the red mount point out further. Actually, what I could just do is I could just shift this red rectangle. I could build another rectangle. That's the length of that, and then anchor it that way. Just shift it right. Build another rectangle, and then put the blue one there. Let's do that. That way I don't have to change that. So now instead of this rectangle, we'll have a pushed out rectangle. But we have to push it out the length of this. And that's kind of a hard thing to know. Show me, you know what happens to witches? They get burnt. Don't you do it, Jomi. Don't you dabble on that dark magic. Don't you ever type unsafe again. You'll be in big trouble. Oops. I'm gonna make one called full anchor. This should probably be called inner anchor. But I've used anchor so many places, I don't really want to deal with renaming all of that right now. Anchors, R2 to R1, the based on two anchors, one for R and one for R2. R anchor, R2 anchor. Okay. This is gonna be like the same exact thing, except for I'm not gonna calculate I'm not gonna calculate the I think pivot is what I called the R2 anchor. R2. This will be R anchor. This will be R anchor. This will be R2 anchor. R2 anchor. I'm like 80% sure that this is gonna work. I genuinely, I don't remember how this works, but I'm pretty sure I calculated the pivot point based off of the same exact stuff. Because like when you're calculating this one, you're basically finding the same point for both of them. Just one's based off of the blue rectangle, one's based in the anchor, one's based off the red rectangle and the anchor. This one's based off of opposite anchors, so that's the only thing you have to change. Is the anchor specified? Okay. Oh no. But this uses anchor. This will fix this, but it'll break everything. Let's just see if this works. Oh. The problem is I need another function now. I don't like this. I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back. I'm parched. All right. Water has been gotten. Where it says, well, you can just use vectq as a queue and it should give the same performance. You guys in your queues. Don't you know you should use a ring buffer? Just kidding. I don't really know what to do here, to be honest. Because it's like another thing that you need to have to be able to specify, but most of the time I don't want to specify it. So I either make two functions or I abstract this further away to simplify like top left, top right, you know? Or I just make this function take both. I'm not sure. That didn't do what I wanted. I forgot to do fixed text. Full fixed text. Wait, this is the wrong one. Full. So this one we want the x to be 1, and this we want to be 0.5, so we can center the text vertically. And this one we want to be, did I do these wrong? This should be 0, and this should be 1. Of course. Of course. Oh no, this should be 0 as well. Wait, what? They should both be 1, because they both can be on the right side. My bad. Okay. Looking a little better. That's pretty solid. It's kind of weird. They're getting very clustered together, but pretty solid. I'll take that for now. Oh, let's see if it works in WebGL. I think I'm hosting one already, so I guess we can just do this, do that. Oh, I forgot to remake it. Make client. The cache refresh. This is with lag settings set to Where is it? 25 milliseconds. Which should be around 100 or so, which is kind of what it does at. Still a lot of jitter though. I guess I do have quite a lot of jitter added in. I wonder what happens if I make it so that you I just want just a delay. Oops. So this is just delay. Still kind of a lot. That might be just artifacts of TCP. That's a very widespread. This should be close to 100 on average, which is kind of what it's at, but there's still a lot of spikes. It's weird that it goes below that. Interesting. Interesting. This one seems more stable. Like this is very, very tight. So I wonder if just in browser, it's a little bit more, they might do more, what's it called? They might do more like packing data together and sending it all together, you know? Which is called Nigel's algorithm. And that's one of the big problems of TCP. I also think my computation is maybe not perfect because I don't think you should be able to go below 25 milliseconds. I think that sometimes it's using the wrong times, but I'm not sure. Like if I ping localhost, it's like 50 milliseconds exactly. So theoretically, you should never be able to go below 100 with this kind of ping. Let's look at fixing that because that's not right. That would be in here. No, actually, I think it's in this file right here. Time.now. So we store the time. Time.sense. Oh, wait a second. Now that I have a buffer, I should probably calculate this before I cut the whole chunk out. Because right now I'm cutting the chunk and I'm just taking one of them. Which is not exactly right. Let's copy this. We'll paste it. We can use that still. If p.input buffer is greater than 0. No, actually we just changed this to a for loop. For I in range. Actually for I is 0. I is less length p dot input buffer. This goes through the whole input buffer. We don't want to go that far. This should be just cut, I think. No, it's linked to this minus cut. Because we're basically going through, we want to get through these ones and add all of these to the ring buffer. So this is the cut point, and then this is the start. So we're going 0 to the length minus the cut. The cut's how many we're saving, I think. Yeah, cut is how many we're saving because we're doing it here. This is the cut that we're doing. So I should add each of those in order. Let's give this a shot. Oh. There we go, that's better. So now it's all above 100, which is good. We can see there's a little bit of extra ping. And if we go do client build, let me go back to our browser. Load this guy up. I'm just gonna do a cache refresh. The skew on this one's a lot bigger, or the ping's higher on browser, surprisingly. And there must be some like optimization that they do. Or maybe the code's running more slowly. But look at that, 160, man, that's high. And there's literally no, like this is localhost and there's no, what's it called? There's no jitter being added or anything like that. So all of this should be happening just because of batching together messages. This is 0 latency. Yeah, so I think the downward slope that you see is like a bunch of messages get batched together and then we read them all. This one's kind of all over the place though, it's kind of surprising. Yeah, looking very fancy. We could probably track better metrics too. Well, once you with TCP, it's a little bit weird because there's not metrics like dropped packets and things like that. I don't think that you can get, because TCP abstracts all that away. So all you can really measure that I know of is like latency. But pretty good. Pretty good. At least the graph's looking nice. I think I'm gonna stick with the line graph. I'm not gonna worry about doing a bar chart, even though those are nice. It might be nice to print out some metrics like max, min, etc., etc. We'd also make this buffer bigger, but the bigger you make it, the more copy effort you have to put in. But anyways, that'll probably be it for today. That's gonna be the stream, ladies and gents. It was fun. We got a lot done, so I'm happy about that. Fixed some bugs, made a ping tracker. Hey, we did all of our things that we listed. It's impressive. Good for us. Yeah. It was very productive today. I'm happy. I can go eat some lunch. Drink some more water. Maybe take a nap. No, I'm just kidding. But I do need to go eat. Oh. All right, everyone. Thanks for stopping in. I'll see you next time. Kendall will be proud, I know. I'll have to close his tickets that he opens for me every day. I love it. All right, guys. See you later.